What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Dragon's Den. I'm Diamond Dragon. Thank you for joining me today. How you guys doing? So, you're probably looking at the title.
Dicks! Fingers!
What's up, Burrito? How you doing? Probably looking at the title and thinking, where's Pokemon? It wasn't a dead seed. It was far from a dead seed. Well, when I was getting ready, about 15 minutes ago, I tried to load up my save file. You know, over the last few days, I did over 200,000 steps of step grinding. We had Snorlax in the daycare center. However, when loading up, I didn't make a hard save. I made a save state. And when trying to load it up, getting ready for this, the save state crashed. The save state crashed the game. So that's where we are right now. In fact, I do have it up. Let's go ahead and check that out. See, always do backup states. And the thing of it is, I've got three different states. I got three different states of the same save state. So we are gonna load that up real quick, see if it still crashes. Again, this is something that's only been going on the last 15 minutes, and yep, it's crashing. Yeah, it's crashing. So I lost that seed. Just gonna have to move on. What's up, Visual? How you doing? Um, yeah, I was just checking to see what was going on with my save state. It's crashing. So we are moving on to Mario Fantasy Adventure. But first, situation in Ukraine. There has been Russian advancement over the last several days near Rezin and Dylivka on the eastern front. On the southeast, there's been Russian advancement on Serhivka, as well as further to the south near Severensko and Pudin. Russia has also advanced on Kamyansk and has taken the town. Baseball from yesterday. Reds and Red Sox were delayed after the fourth inning. It was 3-2. It was 3-2 Cincinnati. However, that game resumed this morning after being delayed due to rain. It is now 3-3 in the bottom of the sixth, with the Red Sox batting 2 out. Blue Jays defeat the Yankees 12-5. 4 runs in the fourth inning, 5 runs in the seventh for the Blue Jays. Pirates over the Cardinals 1-0. Marlins defeat the Twins 2-0. Athletics over the Rays 4-3. Angels defeat the Braves 4-0. Cubs over the Guardians 5-2. Rangers defeat the Orioles 10-2. Colorado.
What the hell was that?
I understand you guys suck and all. I really do. But what the hell was that third inning? Houston scores 5 runs in the third inning. And Houston defeats Colorado 6-5. Royals defeat the Mariners 6-3. Diamondbacks over the Giants 8-2. Dodgers defeat the White Sox 6-1. Padres and Phillies, Tigers and Nationals, Brewers and Mets, all delayed. All postponed due to rain. Those games are being played as we speak. Padres currently lead the Phillies 6-2 in the 7th inning. Brewers currently lead the Mets 6-2 in the 7th inning. And Tigers lead the Nationals 11-1 in the 6th. Well, we ready to get this shit started? So this is Mario Fantasy Adventure, developed by ALMCM and continued by Fantendo. Released, I believe, in '06. This is actually a ROM hack of the original Final Fantasy for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Now, unlike most ROM hacks, this one is more than just graphical. It changes a lot about the gameplay, especially early, and we're going to go ahead and see that. Now, this isn't the first time we've seen this game. We saw it about 4 years ago. Now, running down, Mario replaces the fighter, the me and big strong. Luigi replaces the thief, the me and big useless. Yoshi replaces the black belt or monk, the me and big fist. Toad replaces the red mage, the me and well balanced. Peach replaces the white mage, the me and big heal, and Daisy replaces the black mage, the me and big boom. Now, in our last run, our party was Mario, Yoshi, Toad, and Peach. This was our this black belts are great. You ain't wrong there. This was our party 4 years ago. So I would like to fit Luigi and Daisy on this party. Now, normally, you guys tell me what to run. However, today I'm going to fill out this party. We are going to take Toad, Luigi. Stop. Peach and Daisy. Now, Toad because I like the red mage, Luigi because I want to fit Luigi into this party, Peach because if you saw last one, you know why I'm taking Peach, I still remember that, and Daisy because, well, need to fit Daisy in. So, who would like to take a character on this team? And if so, who? You'll be Toad? Anybody else? You'll be Luigi? Now this was a Willow. Thief is pretty strong after all. I can agree with that. Sort of. Now this was a Willow run. So Willow is going to take Peach. Daisy. There we go. They do change a fair bit about the gameplay. For example, it says for level up 40. This is not true. Now, this will update after our first encounter, but you level up faster. Some of the mobs are changed, like the Imp is replaced by the Goomba, which is actually made weaker with a lower experience yield. Okay, let's do Rapier for Ruto. Rapier for Visual. The Wooden Egg for Willow. And the Small Veg for Uni. Wait, Willow can... Okay. Wasn't that... Wasn't that the wooden hammer? I guess iron hammer. Okay. Now let's do some armor. Single wide pathways, everybody. Chainmail armor for Ruto. Ruto's gonna be the tank in this run, because we don't have a fighter. Or a black belt. Okay, white magic, let's do Willow with Cure. Now, with this being the NES version, a lot of the bugs and glitches are still here, which includes the intelligence bug. The intelligence stat doesn't work. But there's another rather infamous bug that's still here. Gee, I wonder why this room is empty. Yep, the invisible lady is still here. Now, another thing they changed is, again, some of the mobs. The wolf is replaced by the Koopa Troopa, which hits really hard and is really strong defensively. Let's see, I think it's the iguana that was replaced by the piranha plant. Not only hits really hard, but their attack poisons and stones the target. You get hit by one of those before you have access to softs, you may as well just reset your save file. Yeah, 3 Goombas, 2 experience. Experience yield was reduced. Oh, and by the way, our level growth just updated. In the original version, it took 40 experience to get to level 2. So yeah, they changed quite a bit. This isn't just a graphical change. Ow! Okay, we ain't going after Garland now. Ow, my face! So I think we'll go in, get the items, then come back out and rest, because there ain't no way we're going up against Garland with just 1 cure spell charge. That's just not gonna happen. Yes, some of the music is from the original, but bombs, I think these replace the spoders. Yeah, some of the music is from the original, but for the majority of the game, it's actually they actually changed the music. Level up. And we found a cap. We're gonna go ahead and give that to Visual, because he's gonna need the defense. Koopa Troopas. I'm not fighting these guys, not yet. Again, they replaced the wolves, but they are strong for us. Like, really strong for us. At least in the original, we had a chance against a bunch of wolves. We got no chance here. Now, 4 experience for a level up. I forgot what the fly replaced. I'd like to say this is the bone. No, maybe the undead? Rudo, that was terrible. Visual is now stronger than Rudo. Okay, so now we do stand a chance against Garland, even with one cure spell charge. Art imitates life. Now, this is one thing that I don't like about this ROM hack. Do you see the problem? Bowser apparently won't knock you all down. No, he doesn't. Sad face. Okay, missed Willow. Just think how much easier this would have been if we had Mario. This wouldn't have lasted more than 2 turns. Hell, in some cases, it only lasts 1. Mario's overrated. You're not wrong there. Kia kia. In the original, they said ki ki. So now we got the bridge, and now we got the loot, or the whistle. I gotta say, that music is better than the original castle music, not gonna lie. So first and foremost, let's go rest, because ow, my face. The Toad Princess? No. Toadette does not... Actually, I think that was Toadette. Okay, so we're gonna get Fire for Rudo. Bolt for Willow. Or Bolt for Daisy. And for Rudo, we're gonna get Cure. Wait, what? Huh. Okay. Yeah, I think that was Toadette. Cute. I mean, I will say about the thief, they're supposed to be able to run away better, but There's a bug in this game, and it's not based on the character that's actually trying to run. If I recall right, it's actually based on the character below the one trying to run. So I guess still helps. Footbro replaces the Mad Pony. Ow! Wow, Visual hasn't had a bad level up yet. 99 health? An orb. Well, at least they put in the ROM hack credit. So let's move up here. We got some shit here that we want. And it's gonna help us out in the long run. Blue Goombas, they replaced the Grimp. Get wrecked, assholes. Oh! Yikes! Beetles replaced the Creeps, Chombros replaced the Ogre. We're in trouble. Can we get through this fight? This might be a tough one. Four. I don't know if we can win this yet. Okay, you're out of cures. You're out of fires. I'll tell you this much, we're going to be getting a lot of experience if we can manage to pull this out of our ass. Ow! Well, bye, Rudo. Okay, so that didn't go quite to plan. Okay, do I even have them? Well, I should. So, Phoenix Downs don't exist in this game. The way you revive your dead party members is you go back to town and visit the clinic. It does cost money, tantamount to the church in Dragon Quest. And if I recall right, like the church in Dragon Quest, it is based on level. Yes, order does matter. The top spot takes 50% of single targeting attacks. The number 2 takes 25%, and the bottom 2 take 12.5% each. So yes, order matters. All right, try number 2. Yep, just picking on some little old Goombas. Because we can. I don't know if we can take these. Even 2 of them might be a little difficult. Especially if Rudo isn't hitting his attacks. Ow! Ow! We got one. Well, we did it. For 6 experience. Not worth it. I believe these replace the Cobra. Yep. Thankfully, we're about to get an antidote, so that really doesn't matter. Ears. Using that right away. You know, I don't care what anybody says. This is the best song. This is the best single track from the original Final Fantasy. Who stole my crystal? By the way, that magic spell, not necessarily a magic spell. They're speaking backwards. By pushing B and select, you bring up the world map. And this is the most worthless world map I've ever seen. Oh wow. Visual with the critical hit. Crits are they're not going to be common in the early going, but late in the game we're actually going to be critting non-stop. Like it's going out of style. The piranhas. No. Not yet. Well, we got a beetle. A creep. Get wrecked. Four mad ponies. Screw that. Ow. No. Not only do we have a bunch of Koopas here, we also got a black Koopa or blue Koopa. Screw that. Okay, how much money do I have? 165. Now, I should warn you, We are about to go into a boss fight against Bikke the Pirate. This, or Gurky. Jerky or Gurky. This is actually going to be one of the easier boss fights ever. But it's also going to mark quite the transition. The game is going to slow to a crawl after this. This next part was not well paced at all. Like, at all. And we'll see what I mean. Here in just a bit. Let me put it to you this way. Fans of Final Fantasy I are cringing when they hear the term Marsh Cave. Now, thankfully, we do have Ruto and Toad and Daisy on the party, as well as Peach, which is gonna make things. What did they do with the thief? The thief is actually good. But having Toad, Daisy, and Peach on the party is gonna make this next part a little easier as we get certain spells. Okay. I do want to get Toad a level 3 spell charge. Now, thankfully, that's not going to take that's not going to take long. We're going to need about 3,000 gold just to get started. That's not going to happen too easily. The squid replaces the shark, the guy or shy guy replaces the sahag. Now, thankfully, in the water, we don't encounter poison or any status ailments of any kind, which is nice because we could use the water as a place to get started with this insane grind that we're going into. You guys want to beat that squid? You know what? Take out the shy guy. Definitely want to get Bolt for Uni if we're going to be grinding on the water. This, by the way, is also called the LDC. Hey, visual actually slowed down a little bit. Go to Black Magic and get Bolt. Oh, and with all the bugs existing, that means Lock is completely useless. Make sure, yes, okay. Musha the Dream City, you mean Corneria? Welcome to Corneria, I like swords. 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 Extra points if you get that. Okay, we're in a better position to take out the ogre. Oh, visual with another crit. $195, don't mind if I do. And this? Save our prince. Yeah, what he's not telling you is this is the town of Elfheim. So here's our shopping list and why this part wasn't paced too well. First, let's go to Black Magic. We need fire too. We need 2 of these. That's just to get started. Now if we come up here to white magic, to make things a touch easier, we could also use harm 2. So already our shopping list is up to 4,500, and that's not including other spells that we're going to be using throughout the game, like heal. Two of those. Okay, so now we're up to 12,000. Three of those. So we're up to 15,000. $99 of those. So we're up to 21,000 and 99 of those. We are now up to about 29,000. And again, that's just the minimum. That's not even including the rest of our level 3 spell set, which that'll bring that up by about, what, 9,000? And we also want fast. We want 2 of them. So yeah, our shopping list is huge. So how are we gonna get that? Well, first off, I want to rest, because ain't no way I'm even starting this half-cocked. Ah, crapioka. No, you know what? $13, really? Ow. Yeah, our shopping list is up to about 40,000 gil. So how are we gonna do that? Well, when I said the bugs exist in this game, I meant it. You see, there's a small area to the northeast of Pravoka. It's called the Peninsula of Power. We are definitely going to be abusing the ever-loving crap out of the Peninsula of Power. But in order to do that, we need at least Fire 2 twice over. Now again, there is a way for us to do that. I mean, we're, what, 1/6 the way there? Now, thankfully, there is a place for us to get started, and it is to the north. It'll only net us like 1,200, but that's 1,200 gold that we didn't have before. Oh, and by the way, it gets us fire 2, which then means we hit even harder and can grind better. And I should bring up in the original, Sahags were not fun. And that's because they had rather high evasion. Your attacks would constantly miss. Yeah, these battles would drag on and on and on and on. Because you'd constantly see missed. Now, thankfully, there is a type of monster that we can find on the sea that really helps. I forget what they call them now. But in the original, they're Kaizokus. We want those, and we want a lot of them. Now, you're probably also noticing that I'm selecting different targets with everybody. That's because the original Final Fantasy did feature a gameplay decision, I guess, in which an attack that targets a dead enemy is ineffective and does absolutely nothing. Get wrecked. Wait a second, Rudo, don't you have another spell charge? You do. You probably also noticed that I haven't picked up level 2 spells. Well, first, that's because we got a huge shopping list that's going to be expensive as hell. But second, level 2 spells really aren't that effective. They're actually notoriously bad. Damn. Visual's actually going to be our tank. That health. Okay, so we're about halfway to fire 2. One of them. Now, Rudo, do you have a level 3? You got 2 level 3 spell charges. Good. Good. We need those. Bullets, I believe, replaced the odd eye. Meaning all these guys are going to do is try and paralyze us. They're also easy as fuck. I should bring up, though, that odd eyes with Sahags or sharks, they can be quite difficult. Because, again, all they do is paralyze, and their gaze attack does hit more often than it misses. Okay, I think we're good. If Rudo wants to hit his attacks. There we go. Well, there's 195 experience, 195 gold. That's actually our top priority, money. $575 and $450. So we got about 1,000, which means we got access to Fire 2. Hooray! Which, by the way, yes, they actually said that in the original. It was a mistranslation of Lally Ho. Your supply of adamant is exhausted. We are never going to talk to this guy again. That's just an unusable sample. We are never going to be talking to him again. You dick. A rock blocks. Okay. If only you had a bomb. Gee, I wonder. So if we can manage to find 1,100 more gold, then we'll be ready right from the very get-go. Please don't. Of course you do. Thankfully, poison doesn't drain health or make that annoying sound when you're on the water. We are in much better position. Oh wait, no we're not. We haven't picked up Fire 2 yet. Need to pick up Fire 2 in order to be in a position to deal with those assholes. Yeah, Rudo's hacking up a lung. Spewing his lunch from 3 days ago. Oh, wrong way, dumbass. It's over here. Okay, so we got about 2,000. Let's get a few of these. 4. That still leaves us enough money to get Fire 2. Alright, back down to Alfheim, or the land of the Yoshis. I guess you could say this is Yoshi's Island? I'll see myself out. Oh, wait a second, Rudo, why are you using fire? Bolt. All right. Oh, wrong way, dumbass. Let's give it to Uni first. So the twos, they hit everything, which is why it's so important that we get one straight away as early as possible for encounters like this. Get wrecked. Ow. Now I will mention that grinding with Fire 2 on the water, not necessarily quote unquote smart, but it is the best move. It is the best move for our current position. Because again, we need another what, 1,000? Yeah. We need about another 1,000 before we can pick up Fire 2, another Fire 2. Yeah, this ain't... Could you give me, like, Kaizokus? 5 of them? I need the money. Especially considering everybody's missing their Sahag. All right. Really? Everybody missed. Remember how I said that these battles could just drag on and on and on. We missed 6 attacks in a row. And 7 of our last 8. 8 of our last 9. Now, don't get me wrong, they're also missing, but that really doesn't mean anything when we're missing that often. The sledge. This replaces the Kaizoku. We only got 1. Really? Couldn't give me the maximum of 5, could ya? $120 gold. I need more. Okay, where are we at? We are at 847, so a little more than halfway there. Once we get our second Fire 2, then we'll start making our way to the Peninsula of Power. Okay. Ow! Ow! And of course we missed. These don't have magic. Yet. Go ahead and bring visual back up. Gonna work wonders on our experience. 141. Level up. Willow has more health than Ruto. Funny thing, in the remakes, the red mage was would actually fight the black mage for the worst health pool in the game. At least here, they're competing for middle of the pack. Come on, just 6 sledges and we're good. You guys are assholes. Funny thing, in the original, at about this point in terms of level, we're ready for Marsh Cave. But because we level up so fast, we're far from it. $130. So that should bring us up to 1100. Yeah, 1100. So 400 more, and we got Fire 2. Well, another Fire 2. We don't necessarily need Harm 2 yet. But without Harm 2, it is going to be risky. Hey, look, another blooper. Yeah, that's actually their original name, Blooper, not Squid. So we're now up to 1200. We're now down to needing 3 sledges. And of course. Oh, wow. We actually beat him in 1 turn. Don't mind if I do. 1,300. So let's stay around here. Game. Thank you. Once we get those silver swords, things go by quickly. I got 1 kill, although that's actually not bad. As long as we hit with our attacks, these guys should go down in a hurry. So this will bring us up to about 1,400. Oh, we got enough. Okay, so let's go ahead and go rest. Then we'll go back to Alfheim, pick up Fire 2. Then we can start making our way towards the Peninsula of Power. Oh, first strike. Don't mind if I do. Okay, Fire 2. At this point, Chombro has actually become good grinding. $19. But not as good as they can be. Okay, so we do have enough for a couple of tents, which we're going to pick up at Provoca. No, not visual. Rudo. Fire 2. No, not the Beetle. Go after the Chombro. We got Fire 2 for that. Which, by the way, yes, elemental weaknesses do exist. And if I recall right, they take 50% additional damage if they're weak to the element, while taking half damage if they're resistant to it. More durability, but also another level 3 spell charge, which is good. Don't mind if I do. Not quite the maximum, but hey, it works. After this, we're only going to be, what, 700 away from... 600 away from Harm 2. Alright, onward to Pravoka. Let's also grab a few antidotes while we're there. Or anti-shroom. Okay, let's grab 4 of these. And a couple of tents. I don't think I have enough tents. You know what? Let's grab a couple more.
Blocked again! Oh!
Alright. Now I think we're just about ready for the Peninsula of Power. I'm going to use as few Fire 2 spell charges as possible. Could you guys not? Thank you. And I should bring up that here we can encounter green Koopas, which aren't necessarily helpful. They poison. They replace the werewolf. Okay, one of these guys we can take. You know what? No. They are weak to fire. Right here. Okay, so what we're looking for is, I forget what it's what replaces it, but we are looking for Zombols. Now, these encounters aren't meant to be fought until much later in the game. However, a problem with zoning means that, well, the Peninsula of Power exists. And these guys are assholes. Because that. And we just lost everybody. You know what? We saved. Come on. I'm actually asking you to kill me. Are you serious? This is what I was looking for. Actually, I think Birdos replaced Trolls. But still, that's one encounter that I was looking for. Giants. Well, we could still take them out with fire too. We got enough spell charges. Ow. Rudo, what the fuck was that? One down. Two down. Yeah, not quite the encounter we liked there, but it did give us enough for harm too. Fighter flies arachnids? I believe these guys replaced the arachnids. Really? 6? 10? Could you only keep one poison? And could you guys hit a little harder and murder these things? I understand we're still using Corneria weapons, but still. Well, 200 Gs. So we're gonna go rest, grab a couple more tents. Yep, the green Goombas. These guys, they're assholes. They replaced the werewolves. Wrong target. Wanted to take out the blue Goomba. And yes, they do poison. Either we are getting really fucked with our magic, or okay, it works, and nobody gets poisoned. Well, you leveled up. Oh, now Rudo's back on top. Oh, he's really back on top. Alright, Rudo. You're tanking again. Not only got more health, but you got better defense as well. I'm also going to go back to Elfheim to pick up Harm 2. Because I believe those Birdos are what we're looking for. I'll pick up a couple of tents, dumbass. You're gonna need them. Nope. Go the right way, dumbass. You want... Oh, wait, no. Tents. Let's get 4 of them. You know, we can't guarantee that they'll die with 2 Fire 2s, but we can pretty much ensure that that they'll die with 2 Fire 2s and a Harm 2. That's why I want Harm 2 so bad. Which, by the way, the Harm spell, also known as Dia, hits harms only undeads. So it is really situational, but in this case, the situation is we're trying to grind. We need to get a lot of money a lot of quickly. Get wrecked. $23. Uni, you are the suck. Alright, Willow. Herm 2. Eventually I want to get her Cur 2 and heal. Get wrecked. In fact, level 3 has probably the most useful spell set. There are a couple of level 2 spells that I might want. I mean, Ice is one of them. But for the most part, level 2 magic just isn't that useful. Hell, one thing you're going to notice is the odd levels aren't useful. Or the even number levels aren't useful. The odd levels are borderline overpowered. Go ahead and show off what I mean here. For white magic, Alit and Invis are... yeah, Alit and Invis here are probably the most useful spells. Definitely Alit or Anti-Lightning. For black magic, Ice. That's it, Ice. Slow really doesn't hit when you want it to. Temper is bugged, and darkness or blind doesn't do anything. So yeah, Alit, definitely want that. Ice, definitely want that, but that's really it. And Invis raises the evasion of one ally. Hardly useful. Now, Invis 2 is a spell that we're really gonna want. Alright, back to the Peninsula of Power. We're definitely taking several trips there. No, you know what? These guys paralyzed, but they don't hit hard. I say as they do 24 damage and paralyze 2 of our guys. Oh, well, visual ran, which is good. You guys are not worth my time. I should bring up that the Peninsula of Power, we technically aren't on the Peninsula of Power yet. Now we are, and it's 2x2 right here. Tyro, no. No. Tyros are the biggest assholes in the game. They hit really hard, have a fuck ton of health, but they don't give any gold, and their experience is just not worth it at all, and you're giving me giants again. Really. I mean, it is over 1,000 gold. Can I kill these guys with 1 fire, 2 spell charge remaining on each? Probably not. Because we are getting butt fucked on our rolls. I might be able to. Well, it works. Alright, give me Birdo. Sure, you give me Birdo when I'm trying to run, but now that I'm ready to take you guys on, you're like, Birdo? Who's that? Now you're just not giving me anything. The beans replace the trolls. Okay, so you got a fire spell charge left. Good. Should be good here. Get wrecked. Alright, so how much gold is that? 5,000. So we'll go back to Provoke a Rest. And when we come, when we're done with our next time out, we should be ready to get our antidotes.
You, sir, may fuck off.
Yeah, I will say the fact that it reorders your party on poison is kind of annoying, and honestly, I don't understand why it does that. I mean, dead, okay, fine. Stoned, okay, fine, but poison? Why poison? Okay, grab a few more tents. One more time out, and we're good to go on heals or mushes. Let's grab 10 of them. We should be able to last a couple of fights now. Move. Oh yeah. But again, as long as they give us Birdo. That 4 Birdo fight that we had when we were surrendering and trying to die, that is the best encounter for the Peninsula of Power. I know I could always go back to Corneria and get Harm, but at this point, it's really not that useful. And these guys just... Really? 3 crits in a row! And again with the Giants. And Rudo just got absolutely butt fucked on the low rolls. Oh my god, what the hell was that? Oh, bye, Uni. Kill me. If we win, then we win, but kill me. Why does it like this encounters? You know what? Fuck it. Why does doesn't like that encounter so much? And of course it doesn't give us what we're looking for. Not unless I'm not looking for it. Stay here. Synergy. Oh my god. Are there any other encounters here? That is ridiculous. Well, better. Not good, but better. Still not the 4 Birdos that we're looking for. Oh wow, they really like this encounter, like a lot. I don't remember this encounter being so common. I'll leave a couple of spell charges. Well, we got 2 Birdos this time. Again, not the greatest, but certainly better than 2 Birdos and a Bane. You see, Zombols give the most experience and money. Level 12. And as long as our next fight is Birdos, we'll be able to last a 3rd fight, which is actually kind of insane. But that requires the game to give me Birdo. Now stay up here. I don't know if they changed the encounter tables, but they are apparently hot and horny for that encounter. I thought the Zombol fight was one of the most common in this zone. Well, Zombols and Trolls. Wow. Actually, I think this one might be lucrative for us if we can survive. Which means killing them now? 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 of them. Okay, 1400. So now we're ready to get our potions. And a couple of antidotes. Hey, Hey, 2 hits. Yeah, that can happen. Once you reach a hit percentage of 32, you get an additional hit. Alright, murder this thing. Thank you. You know, that's something we're going to be seeing a lot throughout this playthrough. Agility in the original Final Fantasy is worthless. It doesn't matter how high your agility gets, the enemy is more likely to attack first. Especially starting around mid-game. Now, I will say, I'm so glad that exists. In the original, you had to buy these one at a time. Okay, so we can take 48 more. $49. Okay. Oh, and how many tents do I have? I got 7 tents. Okay, so we need 25 antidotes. And we're done there. Then we can start picking up equipment. So a couple more rounds and we'll be ready for Marsh Cave. I should bring up that I also kind of want to get Bolt 2 for the boss of Marsh Cave. Not fun. Hey, Chombro. The total dude bro. So I think once we get another 9,000, we'll start making our way towards Marsh Cave. Which is 2 of these fights. Don't mind if I do. Now, we still need to survive long enough for our mages to go. Ow, my face! That is why I want that encounter so much. That is why I want this encounter so much. That's a silver sword right there. Alright. You want to give me that fight again? No. You'd rather be like, fuck you. Stop. Use a couple of fire spell charges. You, however, can empty your cure. Again, not the greatest encounter, but one that doesn't take long. As long as we don't get fucked with our damage rolls. Ow! It's still 2,000 gold. We still got a couple of level 3 spell charges. I guess I could. Do our mages want to attack? Thank you. I should bring up that level 14 is generally where I'm getting the class change. We'll see what that is in just a little, well, later. But yeah, it's about here that I'm normally getting the class change. Alright, so now let's go back to Pravoka, finish up our consumables, then go down to Elfheim, get our weapons, then we'll start making our way towards Marsh Cave. Because with us leveling up so fast, we don't need quite as much as we normally would going into Marsh Cave. Definitely need the silver swords though. Okay, so we're 2,000 away from our second silver sword. Move. Thank you. And nothing of value was lost. Well, at least they didn't poison anybody. Get wrecked. Okay, how much money do I have? 6,200. Definitely want to get that last 1,800. If anything, I do not want to go in without 2 silver swords. Oh! Visual can't use the silver sword. I thought the thief could use the silver sword. I could have sworn the thief could use the silver sword. I know you can use the saber. Which means we can get rid of that and even pick up another spell. Let's give it to Uni. Bolt 2. Okay. Yeah, you guys are about as butt-fucked as you could get. I don't need to use my magic anymore. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Now, I should bring up that every hit does have a chance of being a crit, which is why we're going to be seeing a lot of crits later in the game. You guys aren't even worth my time. You guys aren't even worth my time. And now one of the more famous parts of this game, Marsh Cave. Yeah, we're in such good position that I don't need to be fighting anything. At least not here. But we will be doing that here in just a little bit. It is here that I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, Marsh Cave. I will see you all in a little bit. Alright, I'm back. Well, ready to continue this shit? Alright. So now we are ready for Marsh Cave. Now, we're actually going to be running this cave a couple of times because there's some stuff for us to get. Now, I should bring up that what I'm doing is not the right way. Yes, boo. These guys can blind, but like I said before, blind is completely worthless. Get wrecked. That would have almost, that would have been really close to taking out a Chombro. $82 on one hit. Okay, so the Flute. They replace what is known as the Scum, or S-Cum. Now, there are two ways to deal with this with these fuckers. You can either use magic, or you can rely on critical hits. Here's the thing. They are really strong defensively. They don't hit very hard, but they do poison. The other one is the Ooze. They hit really hard, but they're terrible defensively. Now, I should bring up that the 99 antidotes that we got, that should last us the rest of the game. You know what? Use fire. I don't want to use my big spells. Not yet. Yeah, 63 experience, not worth it. Especially considering they're among the most common encounters in this dungeon. That blue one, by the way, is what replaces the Ooze. Large Dagger. Upgrade for Uni. 1228, 3248. So a couple of levels and Uni's gonna be hitting twice. Which is good for us. Yes, the Buzzy Beetles. Buzzy Beetles, they don't hit very hard. Generally, their attacks are going to do 1 damage per hit. But they're going to hit 7 times. And each hit having a chance of paralyzing somebody. Essentially, these guys, they're probably going to paralyze somebody. Ow. They replaced the crawl. Okay, so we got 3. Now we got all 4. Get fucked. Well, the money's worth it. $680. Single wide pathways, everybody. Sniff it, gargoyles, I believe? Yeah, these are gargoyles. $620 and the short coin, which we already have. Oh wait, no. Saber? Okay, 21. You can't even use it, so selling material. Which is good because we could use all the money we can get. With 3 mages, this is an expensive party. Alright, so now we're ready to go the right way. Ow. Okay, so, we're beating our boners. At this point, everybody should be able to take these fuckers out in one shot. Those are monsters from the Temple of Fiends, where we fought Bowser. If I had harm, I'd fight this. I don't have harm. Well, I got harm too, but why use such a big spell charge? Yep, Willow's pounding the D. That, by the way, indicates darkness. Which, again, is completely worthless here. In fact, I don't think they would get the blind status down until Final Fantasy VI. By the way, the path to the northeast, there's nothing there. Here, on the other hand, we got stuff. Now, I should bring up that this dungeon, some of the treasures do share chests. So there are going to be some treasures that are just empty. That's because we collected them in a previous room. Ow, that tickle. Naruto, you want to go ahead and hit twice and murder this thing? Thank you. Uni's about to die, but not for very long. Now again, the 99 antidotes we got, that'll last us the rest of the game. The mushes, however, we're gonna have to do that again. Did not want to do that. Uh-oh. Brawls are getting the first shot. Not good. Get fucked. Ass. Holes. Yeah, you see that? That I believe was the large veggie that we just got. You guys aren't worth my time. And that was another one that we already got. I believe that was a short sword? Sniffits, on the other hand, I don't mind taking these guys on. Ow! Ow! Get fucked. Okay, that one I didn't know shared. This is the room that we're looking for. And the virus, this guy ain't gonna last long. He hits hard, but he can't poison, and he's absolutely god-awful defensively. The iron armor, I don't think anybody can use that. No. So it's selling material, which is good because we're gonna need the fast spell, but to get the fast spell, we're gonna need a bunch of money. Okay, let's fire that guy. You know what? Take out the Buzzy Beetle. And the Red Boner. Red Boners hit really hard. Okay. Not bad. It's not Rudo. Took out the Buzzy Beetle. We still haven't taken out the Red Boner. Take out that red boner. You know what, Rudo? Go in and carry. I know your back hurts already, but still, we need you to carry. Oh my god! We don't want to kill this boner. Now, you know what? Gangbang that Sniffit. Make sure it dies. Gangbang that Sniffit. Make sure it dies. And now get rid of that Sniffit. Ow! Well, you need short experience. $2.95. Time to go. As crazy as it sounds, we still need Uni for the boss fight. My synergy! You assholes! It does give us a chance to go back to Corneria and get Harm so we can take out the undeads here. Like these guys. Dick. And it gives us a chance to... Well, do I really want heal, though? I definitely do at some point. Leave me alone! I just want to get back to town so I can heal Uni. Oh no, they're starting to run. Really? You know what? Heal yourself. I'd rather take the cost of the inn over the cost of 2 resurrections and the inn. Because when they resurrect you, you only have 1 health. 200. Ow, my pocketbook. Alright, back to Corneria to get heal. Get wrecked, asshole. Just a bit of overkill. Why can't you crit against Escom? Well, we leveled up. Visual again, gaining health like it's going out of style. And Uni's like, living? What means that word? I'm here for harm. And when we get back to Elfheim, we're able to pick up a couple more spells. Or maybe a couple of bracelets. Or a couple of spells and a couple of bracelets. Alright, Willow. Let's do heal and cure 2. Now we'll pick up a couple of bracelets for our mages. You know, they've been running around naked all day long. They need armor. We might actually have the money once we get done selling our shit. Oh, you know what? We got that iron armor we can sell. So we can pick everybody up a cap. So let's do cap for Rudo. Cap for Willow. We could also probably go back to Provoca and pick up some gloves. We do have a couple of weapons we can sell. We can get rid of the short sword. And Uni, we can get rid of the small veggie. Okay, we are now ready to try Marsh Cave again. This time for good. And note, even when we get done with what we're doing in Marsh Cave, we're still not done with Marsh Cave. Ow, that tickle. Ow, that tickle. Well, there's Uni's level up. Wait a second. 2 health. That's all he gained. 2 health. $105. And my question, I did notice that Visual is running away a lot. Did they happen to fix the luck bug? It seems like they may have. $78. Oh, you know what? No, come back out. You have 10s. And this fight right here is the reason I wanted harm. Also known as DF.
You, sir, may fuck off. You, sir, may fuck off. You, sir, may fuck off.
Really? And of course we can't run. Well, here we go. Oh, okay. One of us was healed. Uni, you want to run? Hey, Willow, you want to come back to life? Sorry about that. So Rudo and Willow are pounding the D. I believe these guys are also undead, if I recall right. The Shadows. But again, they're really not that tough. It's not worth using up a spell charge against these assholes. These guys, on the other hand, just not worth it. I did notice that only took 2 health. If I recall right, in the original, it took 5% of your max health per turn when poisoned. Wait a second, I didn't know that that room was there. And there's nothing here anyway. I think this fight might actually be worth it. Alright, heal. We get to see heal in action. Maybe. If Rudo doesn't murder everything, Jesus! He got high rolled to shit there. Alright, everybody, smash your boners. Alright, so we did this top row. Now we do the second. Hey, we finally see that in action. AoE heal, don't mind if I do. Cure 2, on the other hand, does heal for more, but it is only single target. That is definitely worth it. A copper bracelet, which means we can give that to Visual. Now, the difference between the copper bracelet and the leather armor, the copper bracelet doesn't hurt your evasion at all. The leather armor does. And we found a house that we just casually put on our pockets. I mean, this is an apartment, and I don't know if I can put that in my pocket. But here we are just putting a fucking house in our pockets. Ninja, scorpions? I think these guys replaced the scorpions? So these guys can poison. Ow. Nothing here. I believe this is the correct row. And empty. Get wrecked. $85. How much money do I have? $27.31. Hey, we got first strike on Sniff It. Okay, so that turn was terrible. Ow. Okay, so this is the door we're looking for. I want to heal, and I want to make sure we're in tip-top shape for this. This fight right here is why I retreated when Uni died. The thieves replaced the wizards. You can have anywhere between 2 and 5 of these shitheads, and they resist everything. Everything except for Bolt. Oh, and they also hit really, really hard. Cur 2 on visual and Bolt 2. And we found the crown. This is what we're looking for here. And now we are ready to get out of here. And I understand I haven't gotten all the rooms yet, but we will be coming back. Get wrecked. Yes, we actually have to walk out of here. We don't have access to warp yet. Won't be very long though. I think Once we get there, Uni can learn it, and Naruto can learn it after the class change. You guys just want to hurry up and kill these things? Excuse me. All right. You dicks. Ow! Hell and fire 2. Hurry up, and we just lost visual. So visual's gonna be short experience. Oh, he's actually short a lot of experience. Alright, so time to just get the fuck out of here. Oh, and I should bring up that the thieves in later dungeons are random encounters. You cannot run from them. Alright, so back to Elfheim, so we can get visual back, and then start getting ready for the next part. At this level, the next part shouldn't be too difficult. It could take a while though, without fast. Escaping. What kind of money do I have? 4,500. And I got the wooden armor to sell. Well, Visual's losing even more experience. But he's the one that decided not to use his agility and just dodge attacks. Oh, past the clinic, dumbass. Go the right way. Okay, now get our order back. Go rest. Sell this wooden armor, then pick up a couple of spells. We'll pick up a couple of spells now. Okay, so Uni. So Fast is apparently level 4 magic, which no skin off my nose. We got enough for it. Uni, learn fast. Fast, by the way, haste. It doubles the number of attacks you take in combat. Even in later games where they actually fix the Saber spell, or temper if you will, fast is still the most useful buff. You know what? Take out the Chom, bro. Now we take out the Beetle. The Beetleborg. Yeah, who remembers that from the 90s? I'm just gonna be honest with you. The superhero show from the '90s that I watched the most was VR Troopers. Okay, this is what we're looking for. We don't need to use our house. Now, before we go into this fight, I'm gonna shift up my order. Visual is the most expendable at this. Willow is the most expendable at this point. And I want Rudo in the 4 spot. You're Kamek. Okay, so this guy knows the ability Rub. Rub is instant death. Now, if I recall right, Rub is affected by the target's evasion. Now, he does have a spell list that he's going to cycle through throughout this entire fight. We could very well see Rub again. Which is why I want Willow in the top spot. One damage. Yep, there it is. So he's not going to use that again for a couple of turns. Now he does have a physical attack that I'll use, I believe, 25% of the time. As you can see, it's not that threatening. Even after a haste, it still only did 1 damage. And by the way, this guy resists everything. So now we got the crown. Okay, so we're going back to Elfheim, and by the way, now that we defeated Kamek, we got the herb from Matoya. Okay, we got 2,900 gold. So Willow's missing out on a lot of experience. Too bad, so sad. You're the one that decided not to dodge that kill. I should bring up that everybody has died at least once, except for Rudo. Okay, so we got, what, 3,000? 3,500. So we got 2 spells. Well, 2 level 3 spells. I don't want armor, I want the clinic. You do not need my help now. Okay, so... yeah, those spells not that useful. Oh, I should bring up... which one is it? This is a tomb. This is a tomb. Here lies Erdrick. That was actually in the original. Following the merge between Square and Enix, I believe that was 02, they actually changed that to Here Lies Link. Alright, so onward. To Matoya. Get wrecked. Yeah, we can just sail under the bridge. You know what? Fuck it. It takes 1 attack. I believe from anybody. One experience point for 2 Goombas. Right. Hey Matoya, we got your crystal eye. And we got the herb. The herb, by the way, brings back... You have no more business here. Go. Bitch. The herb, by the way, brings back the Elf Prince back in Elfheim. And gets us what we need, not only for progress, but to get us a lot of good stuff. And by the way, the reason we're also going back to Marsh Cave. You guys really aren't worth my time. And I don't want to get too over-leveled. For reasons that I'll get into later. Yeah, just looking at us with his butt. And we got the Mystic Key. That will allow us to progress. However, there's something else. Going backwards, let's see, Marsh Cave, the Northwest Castle where we fought Kamek, the Temple of Fiends, and Corneria all have doors that were guarded by the Mystic Key. Silver Hammer. And we're about to get some really good stuff. Copper Gauntlet, nobody can equip that. Okay, 1519. 1824. I actually do want to go back to Corneria first, and then to the Temple of Fiends. We got some really good stuff waiting on us. Oh, and I also want to bring up my supply of potions. These doors were guarded by the Mystic Key. The Silver Veg, a Saber selling material, Iron Staff. Okay, definitely giving... Oh, yeah. Okay, 1230. 1535. Now, can you equip that? No. How about you? No. Okay, so that's apparently martial artist gear. Game? Game? Did I just... Oh, there we go. Note to self, don't do that again. The Bob-Bomb. I remember Jerkin the Gherkin? He's looking for that. Iron Shield, nobody can equip that. Iron Armor, nobody can equip that. Alright, so we got some shit we need to sell. We also got some armor that we can sell. Okay, we don't need that. Or that. Can't use the iron armor. I think that's all the armor we've got, yeah. All the armor that we need to sell. Now we need to go back to the Temple of Fiends. We got some stuff waiting for us there. And some stuff that is actually an upgrade for one of us. Or I should say Bowser's Castle. Yeah, just take one of those to Jerkin the Gherkin. Yeah, that's an encounter tile. Every time you step into that tile, you're gonna you're gonna get an encounter. The Rune Coin. Now, I never use this weapon, and that's because I almost never take a thief. However, the Rune Coin is an upgrade. That's not the only... now, it's supposed to hurt giants with extra damage. However, those weapons are bugged. They don't do anything. I will say, though, that they sell for a lot. We're going to be getting quite a few of those. Another encounter tile. It's a star! I should bring up that the silver sword, where coin, supposed to hit wolves on stone, soft. I don't think the where coin is an upgrade over the rune. If I recall right. Again, I never run a thief, so I never use them. Okay, time to find out. 2750. Oh, you can't even use it. I believe that's a downgrade over the silver sword. 3352. Yeah, 2852. Thing of it is, the silver sword is so powerful that it will actually be stronger than weapons that we get midway through the game. It's so powerful that in later versions of this game, they actually removed it from Alfheim and sent it straight to Crescent Island, which is the first place you can get them. You can no longer get the silver sword in Alfheim anymore. So let's go sell our weapons. Get some money out of them. Then again, we're going back to Marsh Cave, then the Northwest Castle. Yeah, it sells for more than the silver sword, but it's also a hell of a lot weaker. You know what? I do want to pay a visit to Provoca. There is a reason. After murdering these guys. You know, this is a free 500 experience. Why the hell not? Or 500 gold. Why the hell not? Okay, so I gave a fire to Uni. So I want Willow to learn a lit. Yeah, that's the only reason I went back to Provoca. At this point, we don't need ice anymore. And we'll go ahead and give this Babam to Jerkin the Gherkin here in a bit, but I want to get this stuff. $118. Don't mind if I do. Again, I also do want to top off my potions. And there is a reason I want to top them off here, specifically. How many do I need? I need 49. Perfect. Okay, do I have any equipment to sell? No. Well, you know what? I think I'm going to sell the caps. These caps really aren't that useful. And we'll find out why I say that later. But +1 absorb just isn't that useful for us. And it's not for money, it's for inventory space. I'm gonna need a few of those. Eventually. But I don't want to get them now because, again, we're about to come into the possession of a lot of money. Okay, so let's do the Northwest Castle first. Because it's easier to get the stuff there. God damn it. 8. Hey, Willow caught up to the rest of us. Hey, Uni's on 2 hits. Beautiful part about this place, no random encounters. Diddly. And let's do harm 2. Get wrecked. 1100 gold. Falchion Blade. I almost always sell that. The Power Staff. The Power Staff sells for a lot. Oh, you can equip that. Is that an upgrade? 1920? I don't think so. 1925, it is not. If I recall right, the Power Blade, or the Power Staff, sells for like 10,000? I'm curious. I've never actually used it as an item in combat. Why does it sell for so much? I'm gonna go ahead and test that real quick. Nothing. Well, free money. And he's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and nope the fuck out of here. All right. Back to the bottom floor. Now, if I recall right, there was still a room in... No, we don't need that. There was still a room in the wizard's floor that we didn't get. On the wizard's floor that we didn't get. What's up, Sin? How you doing? Yes, this is actually a ROM hack of Final Fantasy 1 for the NES, and they changed a lot about this game. It's not just visual. And again, I think there was another room in the on the Wizards floor that we didn't get, or the Wizards row that we didn't get. Then we got the Mystic Key rooms. Oh, you are such a dick. Oh, the Buzzy ran away. Okay, so this is what we're looking for. Stop. Okay, so we know that we cleared out all the doors going up to the Wizards fight, going from right to left. Okay, right there. Now these doors are also locked by the Mystic Key, and that is... Okay, so these Spinies, they replace the Cobras, they can't poison, but they do crit quite often. But yes, these doors are locked by the Mystic Key. Which is why we would have returned anyway, once we got done with this dungeon. The silver bracelet. So our front two are now tanky as hell. So it's a matter of who has the most health. Oh look, more thieves. We are in a position to where we don't need our magic here. I say his visual does 16 damage. Oh, ow! Well, Rudo's dead. You guys want to kill these guys before they murder us? Another silver dagger, another silver veggie, selling material. And an empty room. So now we're done here. We can finally progress. Going back to Jerkin the Gherkin and advancing this game. We're still not done getting stuff. It's just the stuff that we got left to get is on our way to Jerkin the Gherkin. You know what? We're already going to be spending an arm and a leg reviving Rudo. Why make it worse? All right. Oh, excuse me. So now we're going back to Elfheim and preparing to open up the game. Okay, last key or two. I should bring up that in the original version at this level 16, we're probably about done with the fire cavern. But again, we level up so fast here that yeah, we're actually pretty over leveled. We're actually quite a bit over leveled. And again, I don't want to level up too much because of what we're going to be doing later. Alright, now we go rest. Sell off our equipment. Okay, so who still needs level 3 magic? You don't. You do. You don't. Okay, so level 3. I don't think there's anything here that I want for Uni. No. We do have a level 4 spell. And I already know what I'm getting. For Uni, we're getting Ice 2. Now, I forgot if there's any white magic that I want. A Ice, but that is it. Funny thing, the Pure spell is actually completely worthless. Reason I say that, you are never going to use up enough Pures to justify the cost of 4,000 gil. Can't afford that, okay. $4,000 is a lot. It absolutely is. Okay, now we have enough to get all those potions. Again, the antidotes that we got are gonna last us for the rest of the game. Oh, can't carry. Did I already? Oh, I already capped. Okay. Does anybody else have any armor? No. We got the falchion and a couple of weapons on Willow. The Power Staff. 6172. So now we got 10,000 gold. Final Fantasy 1. Specifically the NES version. Yeah, if this were a ROM hack of Final Fantasy 2, I'd be like, fuck that. And it's actually kind of funny. I was thinking about finding a version of Final Fantasy IV that was more closer to the original hard mode released in Japan. No, it was notoriously brutal. Oh look, Shy Guys. You guys are not worth my time. We got a Garchomp and a Chombro. You know what? Fuck it. You want to go ahead and get wrecked? Thank you. So now, you know what? We'll go ahead and give the bomb to Jerkin the Garkin in just a little bit. But this giant room, again, guarded by the, locked by the Mystic Key. And holy shit, there's a lot of shit here. A cabin, an iron helm, selling that. A dragon coin, I think that's an upgrade for, can you even equip that? You can. Okay, 2850. 2750. It's not much of an upgrade, but it is an upgrade nonetheless. And the rune coin sells for a lot. Another silver veggie, wooden helm, silver armor. Again, not much of an upgrade, but the thing with the silver armor is it is no evasion drop, unlike the chain armor, which is minus 15 evasion. Oh, and the silver armor is still a defensive upgrade. Here you go, Jerkin the Garkin. So now we have the canal open. And we can move on to Melmond. Hey, it's a spiny shell. I should bring up that the victory fanfare is actually the victory fanfare from Mario RPG. Overworld theme is, I believe, World 1 from Mario 3. This is the Hammer Bros theme song. I don't know what they're called. I'd like to say Ground Chuck, but I'm not 100% on that one. Yeah, I don't know what they're called, but they do debut in Mario World for the Super Nintendo. So you might be asking why I wanted to fill up on potions specifically at Elfheim. That's because this place does not have an item shop. Okay, so we can get rid of that. Get rid of the iron helmet. I think... Oh, you can't even use the wooden helmet. Okay, onward to weapons, because we got some shit to sell. Okay. Probably should have kept the rune coin and sold the dragon coin. It's not that much of an upgrade. Eventually, I'm gonna want Hell 2. Hell 2 is one of the most broken spells in the game. I'm also gonna want Warp. But we're going to be doing that here in just a little bit. It is here that I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, well, the Earth Cavern. I will see you all in a little bit. Alright, I'm back. Well, ready to continue this shit? Alright, so how much money do I have? 6,500. I need to get up to about 8,000. And the reason I need that much is because we are about to see Cockatrix for the first time. They can stone. At this point, we don't have a way to get rid of it. So I do need to go back to get unstones. And I think about 10 of them would be good. But they are expensive. And again, because Melmon doesn't have an item shop, we gotta go... Well, this helps. Because Melmon doesn't have an item shop, we do have to go back to Elfheim to get them. Okay, I've got 7,000. Not quite enough. It should be enough for this run. But we might eventually have to come back. Okay, do I have anything I can sell? No. Now let's get 4 of them. Let's get as many unstones as we can carry. We got 9. Okay. So now we can go back to Melmond and rest before trying the Cavern of Earth. Well, this helps. Get wrecked, everybody. That's not us. $600 G's. Yeah, I may as well. Now we could probably get up to 8,000 gold to get warp. Probably should. Yes, the inn here at Melmond costs as much as Elfheim. So really not bad. Because the last part wasn't paced very well, this part is just annoying. Oh, hi! Let's do Fear 2. I want to save a couple of those spell charges. Oh wow, get wrecked. Bombchu bowling. It does look like he's bowling. Now, I do want to blitz this time through, because when we get to where we're going, we're still not done with this dungeon. We actually have, the reason this dungeon is so annoying is because we do have to run it twice. Just brushed an extra cat off of your cat. Well, that's kind of what happens in summer. You know, if I had a brush, I'd probably brush about 3 cats off of my cat. So we'll get the treasures here later. Oh, it reminds me of Conlon so much. He loved getting brushed. Ow. Move. That room up there, that's what we're looking for. Okay, getting jumped a lot. Gotta love working in IT. Oh, great. Thieves. An encounter we can't escape from. Okay, Cur 2 on Rudo. Hopefully before they murder us. Thank you. 900 gold. Where the fuck? Confetti. I just got confettied. Okay, really getting jumped a lot. That needs to stop.
Taking a big shit shot right there.
Oh wow, that didn't do shit. There we go. Much better, I think. Kicking Diddley while he's down. Or kicking Diddy while he's down. Damn Skippy. I've never had the displeasure of going to a Diddy party. Now I know why he called himself Diddy. So fitting. Now that you think about it. You know what? Let's do Ice 2 and Harm 2. These guys aren't weak to ice, but I do want to save my Fire 2 charges. Or my level 3 charges. $900 gold. Don't mind if I do. Brings me up to 4,800. Alright. Hi, Wario. This is why I want to save level 3 spell charges. This replaces the vampire. He is undead. And by the way, the sub-boss of this cave. Well, don't mind if I do. 2,000. Really? That is what we're here for. But also why I didn't collect the treasures here. You see, we have to walk out of here. We have to go, we do have a use for this ruby, but then we have to come back and run this dungeon again. That was terrible. Well, Willow level up. How much money does that put us up to? 7,900. So we'll have enough for warp once we get out of here. You guys are not worth my time. You guys are just annoying. Glitchy music is glitchy. Ow, my ears. tell you, the money production here is actually pretty good. Now let's do Ice 2 and Heal. Because this has the potential to be ow my face. Alright, 640. You know what? I'll fight him. This is going to be about 350 gold, which is good. If you don't low roll on your spells, Rudo. Well, 300. One ran away. You guys, just 5 of them, not worth my time. Okay, this bird I'll go ahead and take. This, by the way, replaces the bull. Not as good as the Zombull, but, you know, hey. One turn and it's down. Now, before we deal with this Ruby, I do want to go back to Melmond. You attack. And you harm. Unless Rudo just murders everything, that works too. These guys, not worth my time. Only 3 of them. If it were a whole army, okay, fine. But not 3 of them. And I'm beginning to think that these guys get first strike almost every fight. We got over 10,000 gold, and we're still not done yet. Alright. So go to Black Magic and get Warp. I think Uni can learn Warp? Oh, no. That's on class advancement. Okay. You can, however, learn Fire 3. How many spell charges of that do you have? 3. Aw, didn't even get a single kill. You all are the suck. You know, when I was a kid, that rock formation to the right, I always thought that was a middle finger. Dick. This is why we needed the ruby. This guy would not let us pass without the ruby. And remember when I said we weren't quite done getting money? Yeah, right here. Great shell. Selling material. 1,000 gold. And a silver helm. Can't equip that selling material. That was terrible. That was less terrible. Oh wow, 5 runs in the first for the Blue Jays against the Bankies? Enjoy it while you can, the Bankies are probably gonna come back from that. Sarda the Sage. Yeah, all those pots, they're empty. Nothing here. Doesn't look like nothing. And the rod. The reason we have to run that dungeon twice. How much money do I have? I got 5,000. Leave me alone if you're not going to be worth my time. And the money there just isn't worth it. however, is. You know what? Let's show off Fire 3. Strongest fire spell in the game, procured. Okay, what kind of money do I have? 6,600. And the stuff and the shit we just got should put us over 8,000. It will put us over 8,000 now. Which means more magic. Wow! Blue Jays 7 runs in the first. Jesus. Okay, so we got that shell we can sell. And we got a silver helmet we can sell. Eventually want to get a couple of those, but I think right now magic is a bit more important. Specifically Fire 3 for Rudo. We got all but one. Get wrecked. Rudo and Visual are now pounding the D. Oh wow! Willa just murdering them all. Don't mind if I do. Okay, tent. So now we're gonna be getting the treasures because this is our run. May as well fight these guys. We got first strike. We got one kill. Because Visual is the suck. $200 gold for that? Not worth my time. Encounter tile. Okay, let's do Ice 2. Ow. $28. Ow. Hey, we leveled up. Uni finally broke 200. 1975, good year. I remember it well. Go the right way, dumbass. You're a dick, you know that? Just had to get that parting shot. I'm sure you noticed I'm completely skipping that path to the left, and that's because that path has a nickname. Giant's Corridor. Once you get to a certain point, you're pretty much trapped there. And every step you're gonna see a random encounter. These random encounters will generally include giants. Two hits, 2 damage. Ow! 34 on 1 hit. Ow! Could you stop murdering us? If I recall right, these elementals, you can't run from them. An antidote. 800 gold. Ow. Okay, nothing there. Ow! Will you stop that? You know what? Why don't you go ahead and take a mush? Will you guys do me a favor and murder this thing before he murders Willow? 97 on Rudo. Ow! All that just to replace the mushroom that we just used. And some money. Because why not? By the time we finish this dungeon, we should actually be rolling in the dough. Get wrecked. So you know that house we got? Well, one of them? Yeah, the house actually does restore your magic, but it restores your magic after it saves. So when you use a house, you do want to follow it up with like a tent. So if something happens, you still have your spell charges when you reload your save. If you didn't use that second tent, you wouldn't have your spell charges. Alright, so we do have stuff here. Ow! We don't have much stuff here, but stuff here nonetheless. Single wide pathways, everybody. Ow. I mean, after all that, it's still not dead. You guys are the suck. Ow! And we still need to fight that thing on the way out. Wooden shield, none of us can use that. 5,000 gold! I guess it's worth the trip. Ow! These things hit really hard! All right. And heal that back up. Okay, I think we're good. Thankfully, from here on out, the treasures are on the way. For the most part. A coral coin. A cabin. And 300 Gs. I don't think that's an upgrade. 2954. Yeah, that's not an upgrade. So whatever sells for more is what we're going to be selling. I think it's the dragon coin, actually. I think that'll sell for 4,000. I mean, if we were closer to... Okay, you're at 56, you're at 54. Yeah, if we were a little closer to 64 hit percent... Oh, you gotta be kidding. It doesn't look like it, but this is a single wide pathway. But I would be fighting these guys if we were a little closer to 64 hit percent. These guys I'm gonna have to fight. Because 9 of those. Oh, we're pitching a tent. Oh look, more thieves. We don't have a choice with these. Ow. By the way, the Coral Sword is supposed to do more damage to aquatic enemies, but as we know, it doesn't do shit. Okay. Nothing here. Wait a second, isn't there a room up to the north? Dick. Dick. Yes, but it leads to nothing. Don't mind if I do. Ow! I think our goal is to keep everybody at least above 150. Don't want to use too many potions. Oh look, a mush. We're probably getting all kinds of fucked up with how many shrooms we're eating. The Skelgoon. These guys replace the Coctrix. They need to die. Normally I'd be running away from them. Because they can stone the party, and by the way, a full party of statues is equivalent to a dead party. Not fun. Get wrecked. Just a bit of overkill, don't you think, Rudo? $3,000 gold. Gotta love the nuisance of random NPCs. Oh, you gotta be kidding. The one direction I didn't need it to go. Again, it doesn't look like it, but these are single wide pathways. Thank you. 3 more bats. Ow. Alright, and we got 1,000 gold. Rhino. I forgot what these things replace. We can clearly run from them. You know what? Ice 2. Because why not? We've still got a ways to go in this dungeon. You sense something evil? Yeah, this is where the rod comes in. Okay. I still think we have, like, one more floor after this. Now, can we run from these guys? Yes, we can. Good. So I don't need to diddy. Wooden staff. That's selling material. Oh, where's Chomp Bro? Let's save our supplies. What the fuck? I have no idea what that replaces. Cur 2. Excuse me. Save a couple of those spell charges for harm to. This thing still isn't dead? Ow! Thank you. $5,000 G's. Another 1,500 G's. More thieves. Heal. So Rudo can one-shot these fuckers if they don't murder him. I say as he fails to one-shot these fuckers before they murder him. Thankfully, we do have life available, so if he does die, we can at least bring him back to life. And he's not gonna die. Level up. Oh, we're actually running out of potions. Probably should have topped off when after I dealt with the ruby. I should bring up that I almost never get these treasures, you know, when I'm playing on my own. Something down here. Yeah, screw that. I found a cabin. Wow, really? Some monies. Silver shield, selling material. Wow, that's an encounter spot? Huh, okay. And apparently so is that. Okay, now we can move on to the last floor in this dungeon. You know what? We got first strike. Oh, move. And of course, more thieves. Ow! Oh shit, I just used up my last harm too. That's not gonna be good. I mean, it shouldn't matter because we do have 2 fire 3s. And this is the final floor. I'll probably just come back for the treasures because I want to get to that room right there. We're running out of supplies. I'm already out of harm too. And that is where we need to go. Okay. We have just enough. You are Lich. Which, by the way, that just looks like Lich with the Koopa Troopa face on him. Weak to fire, but also undead. Which is why using up my last harm too kinda hurt. Ow. Now, thankfully, we don't have to walk out. One of the eggs is now shining. Okay, so that was a little tight. Uni, you are the suck. You left one alive. Kong. I believe this replaces the saber-toothed tiger. Oh, it ran. Well, you still got a 1 solitary experience point for it. Because why not? My kingdom for some rest. And we got 40,000 gold. Alright, Willow. Hell 2. One of the most important spells. And also one of the most broken in this game. You see, Hell 2 is bugged. When used in combat, it has the same effect as Hell 3. Yeah, the number of undeads we're about to go up against is gonna drop like a fucking rock, so at this point, harm is pretty worthless. Oh, and by the way, red mages can't learn the heal spells. Oh, wait a second. Can you learn life? No. I think you need to upgrade to learn life, which, not terrible. Go away. Next objective is over here. Right there. Now here we can fill up on Shroom, which is good because we're gonna need to. Oh, hi, giants. You know what? We could probably use Fire 3. We're coming up to a town. Will you quit beating the crap out of my mages? What did they ever do to you? I mean, other than murder everybody you've ever known and loved. Uni, that was awful. Visual coming in with the save. Hell 2. How you doing, Kyuki? I remember how I said Hell 2 was bugged. That's about twice what it should have healed. Weird. I'm just gonna say that my week's been weird. Okay, so first and foremost, my kingdom for a bed. There's actually something here that we want, something that's required. For that, we need to come over here. Now, talking to this guy. We now have the canoe. The entire world has just opened up. And by the way, this guy would not give you the canoe if you hadn't already defeated Lich. So now the entire world has opened up. But this also means one of the hardest dungeons in the game. And by the way, no, that isn't level 62,000. That's level 6, costing 20,000. Can you learn exit? No. Can you learn? Better get grinding. You can learn fog too. Good. Oh, you know what? Okay, so the dragon and coral both sell the same. Okay. And we can get bucklers. Buckler is a shield that the red mage and thief can both equip. But I want to hold off on that for now because we need to top off our potions. Because we're about to go into one of the toughest dungeons in the game. Okay, can't carry anymore. No, not antidote. I don't need any more antidotes for the remainder of the game. Oh, I'm already topped off. 99? Already? Yeah, okay, that works. Okay, so now we can get a couple of bucklers. And let's give that to you first, just in... okay, you can't equip it, okay. And yes, there is a reason I don't have any hand or headgear on anybody. We'll find out why in this dungeon. Moles, I believe these are the centipods. Oh wait, no. Not in this dungeon. In the next dungeon we'll find out. Although we can go to that dungeon right now. Let's do that. The GBA remake is a little easier than this one. Okay. That is not where I want to be. And as we've seen, the map that they provide us is completely worthless. Okay, so this, not where I want to be. But this is also the zone where the Peninsula of Power comes from. Okay, I'm looking for the Castle of Ordeals. Now, it looks like it's over here. I'm going to save as much health and as many spell charges as possible. Here is the Castle of Ordeals. Alright, it's right there. Now, the Castle of Ordeals isn't easy, but it's easier than the other dungeon we have going here. We need the crown. Considering progress is halted unless you have the crown, that guy's pretty worthless. Yep, teleporter maze. Okay. See if we can keep everybody over 200. Ow! And those guys will spam that! Ow, my face! Do you guys want to run? Well, we just lost Uni. No, Toad is the red mage. Mario is the knight, Luigi's the thief. But yeah, Mario is the knight, Luigi's the thief, Yoshi is the monk. Peach is the white mage, Daisy the black mage. Yes, we need to make sure we are at tip-top shape if that's gonna be our encounter. I don't think this one's it. Thwimps, they replaced the golem. Okay, Fog 2. Fire 3. Still more than your standard attack. Cute. The Zeus Gauntlet. Not quite what I'm looking for, but it is a free lit too. Let's give that to Uni. That, by the way, is the... Oh. These guys replaced the Mind Flayer. So, not only do they have the ability to paralyze us, but their attacks have Death Touch. If we lose Willow, we're in trouble. Oh, shit. Run? We lost Willow. Because of course. And by the way, because we took that teleporter, we no longer have a way back. And that chest to that treasure to our right, that's what I was looking for. The heal staff. I'm going to give that to Uni because Uni's still alive. Well, we got first strike. Iron Gauntlet, Cell, selling material, Ice Brand. Okay, 4068. 3458. Okay, so that's actually a pretty substantial upgrade. The gold bracelet. I believe that's an upgrade. Yes. So trade the silver down to Uni because Uni's still alive. The Ice Brand, by the way, doesn't have any special properties. And we just got a house. That, by the way, is the Ice Brand. The Rat Tail. That is what we're here for, but, yeah, we still need to get out of here, and we have no way backwards. This is going to get interesting. Thankfully, these Tatangas are undead, which means they're weak to fire 3. Ow. Now we can't do anything with the rat tail quite yet. There's actually a couple of other things we need to do. Well, at least we're out of here. ow my face. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, so you got fire 3. Run. Uni, fire 3 just in case we can get the fuck out. And we may have just lost Rudo. Oh, good. Okay, onward back to town, because ow my face! Okay, we're back at Alfheim. And once again, while we're here, we do need to top off our potions. Okay, so apparently it isn't based on level. It's based on where we are. Okay, okay. So I'm gonna trade the heal staff back to Willow. Hey, you ain't wrong there, Kyuki. Okay, so now we got some shit to sell. We can sell that. Because we got the ice brand, we can sell the wooden staff. I mean, we do need to go back to Crescent Island. I don't think the Red Mage can learn life. No. We gotta check that out. Can't. Not yet. Okay. I see a bunch of water, but okay, Crescent Island. For where we are, the dungeon we're going into, it's probably the hardest in the game. Hi, Clyde. Replacing the Ocho by the Ochu, by the way. Three hits. Don't mind if I do. Let's save what we can because this dungeon is kind of like the Cavern of Earth in that we're gonna have to run it twice. Once we get done here, though, we can get insanely powerful. We just have to get through this dungeon. And it's not gonna be fun. The Cavern of Ice. One of the more famous dungeons. Wait a second, the Rhino, I think the Rhino replaces the mummies. So they're undead. Ow. Okay, so we didn't have to use that harm too, which is good. Once again, I think I probably should have topped off my my shrooms. This is probably the least fun dungeon out of all of them. This is even including Marsh Cave. Ow. 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 And by the way, those things that absolutely destroyed, death touched Willow, we're going to be fighting them again. And not only that, but we're also going to be fighting warriors, which hit really hard, and mages, which cast Fire 3. So yeah, this place has about 1,000,001 ways to murder us. So yeah, we're not going to be shy about murdering these guys, or at least trying to, in these desperate situations. And once again, we need to keep Willow alive because she's got life. This is the room that we're looking for, but we can't get to what we're looking for. You see that that question block in the middle? With First Strike. These, by the way, are the mages. But that question block in the middle is what we're looking for. We just can't get to it. Okay. In fact, it's actually very possible we could die here. And we found a cloth armor. Not worth it. Okay. Oh, I also found the flame. Now, question. You cannot equip that. Okay, is that an upgrade over the Ice Brand? 4070, 3765. It is not. They actually expect you to run this first. You know what? Don't need to. Oh, okay. I think we just lucked out here. This encounter could actually be quite nightmarish. Yeah, I'm really not going to be taking much time collecting the treasures here because, oh dear God, my face! Oh, and by the way, that instant death spell, not the last one from the Kamix, not the last one we're going to be facing in this dungeon. If a treasure is on our way, then we'll go get it. More thieves. I have to fight these guys because we can't run. Well, that works. $222, don't mind if I do. I got an extra mushroom. You could use a lot more of those. And by the way, once we get what we're here for, I'm gonna stop running away from battles. 10,000 gold, don't mind if I do. Rudo, come on up front. You're stronger defensively. I don't want to go into that hole quite yet. We found a tent to pitch and an ice shield to sell. Okay, carefully. I don't want to have to repeat this. Wart replaces the eye. Not undead, but has quad X. Instant death spell. And we just lost Uni. Okay, okay, I do have a charge of life. Is Rudo stoned? Rudo is stoned. And we got the floater. That is what we're here for. But again, we still need to get out of here. Gotta flush those floaters. Now, thankfully, this time around, we're going straight for the exit. And by the way, I'm not coming back for the treasures because the treasures here really aren't that good. The Monty Mole. I forgot what this thing replaces. Whatever it replaces, it hits really hard. Get used to that, we're gonna be using that a lot. Ow! Dick! Now, last time around... Okay. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. We got first strike, so that's good. No. Willow, heal staff. It's very rare that Willow's gonna attack first when using the heal staff, but it's always good just to keep it up just in case. Okay, so now we are done with that dungeon. And now we can hurry to what we're going for. So as I started saying, really, last time around, we waited until just before the final dungeon for the class change. And this is because magic defense is a hidden stat. Here's the thing. Everybody has their own magic defense with everybody's magic defense going up by leveling. That's one reason I didn't want to level up too much. Everybody except for the black belt. Everybody except for the master. On class change, the master's magic defense goes down. The black belt gets, I think it's +3 magic defense per level, while the master gets +2. But there's another reason I didn't want to overlevel. And that's because of visual. You see, the fighter and thief can both learn low-level magic, with the fighter learning low-level white magic and the thief learning low-level black magic, including, but not limited to, fast. But in order to get those spell charges, they do need to level up a couple of times. And we got the airship. So now we don't need our boat ever again. But also, we have access. I don't think it's over here. I think I'm going the wrong way. I'm pretty sure I'm going the wrong way. Oh, here we are. To these islands. These islands, some of these pipes have some really good stuff on them. Oh, and no encounter tiles. I mean, that was almost, that was about 6,000 gold right there. And there's still a lot more for us to get. We just got about 20,000 gold here. We got 76,000. Okay. So now I want to follow these islands. Okay, this one doesn't have anything. There is one island in particular that we are looking for. I actually think it's this one right here. No. No. Leave me alone. Ow! In fact, it's this very pipe. This is what we're looking for right here. You know that rat's tail we got? Hi, Bahamut! And now we have class advancement. So the red mage can learn a few more spells, but also has better equipment. Visual, once he levels up, he's gonna start getting some spell charges, which then allows him to learn some low level black magic. Willow and Uni can learn every single white and black magic respectively in the game. Okay, so do need to heal. Because Visual is going to need to level up a few times before he starts learning black magic. Oh look, the Rockies fucked up in the first inning. Where have I seen that a billion times before? Oh, and by the way, that magic defense I was talking about, on level up, we get stronger with magic defense. Okay, this one has nothing. This one, however, I think has stuff for us. 10 gold. Well, it's 10 gold that I didn't have before. And a house. How many houses do we got? Now we got 2 houses tucked away in our pockets. Now, I should bring up that our base stats don't go up, but our magic defense does. Which means we can then go back to Melmond and, no, Crescent Island and get Warp. By the way, I should bring up Toad is now left-handed, apparently. Yeah, he doesn't look any different. And I think at this point, Toad can also learn life, which would be really nice. Have a little depth there. Cabin. Bit of money. An unstone. Gonna need that. Maybe. Depends on how many times we encounter the cock. Okay, and that's all the islands. So I want to go back to Melmon. No, Alfheim. Well, while we're here in Melmon. Having a little redundancy wouldn't hurt. So now we go back to Alfheim. I don't think we can get it yet. It's worth a look. Oh, we can. Okay. I still think he needs to level up before he can get spell charges. Wait, did he actually learn them? Yes, he did. Okay, good. Means we come over here. Get haste. Now, can you learn ice too? You can. Okay, now back to Crescent Island. Luigi looks like a linebacker. He is pretty built. Ow. Oh, that's right. You haven't leveled up yet. Oh. You are completely out of heals. Okay, how far until you level up? 530. Okay, so while we're here, let's go ahead and get exit. I think it's white magic? Is it white magic? Yes. Oh! No, not Uni. Willow. Exit. Wudo. Uni. Bolt 3. So let's go ahead and grind out this level for visual. He only needs 530. And we could use a bit more money to fill up on potions. Come on. Give me shit to fight. Oh, a giant. So one more battle, and Visual should level up, which then means he starts getting some spell charges. And there's Visual's level. And he does have spell charges. He does have a charge of fast, which is good. So now, what's left for us? Well, how many do I need? I need, 74. Do I have anything to sell? I do actually. I got a weapon. How about armor? I got a few. Now let's sell some weapons. Fill up on potions. Then we'll be ready for Golgar Volcano. Or Mount Gulg, if you will. Okay, 99. So what awaits us? Well, that is for next time. It is here that I'm going to go ahead and call it a day, but before we go... So we are going to raid Atsumori Kofuhara, currently playing Mega Man X. If you like what you see, feel free to give him a follow, and as for you guys, I will see you all tomorrow 1 p.m. Mountain Time for more of Mario Fantasy Adventure. Thank you all for joining me. Y'all take care.